Start off with NAS 100. Looking on the daily time frame, NAS 100 is overall bullish aggressively. As you can see, we made a new high above this high right over here. Go to the 4-hour time frame now. Let's turn our music down actually. Music might be a little too loud. On the 4-hour time frame, we are still bullish as we make a new high above these highs right over here. On 1 hour time frame, we are still bullish as well. Make a new high above these highs. 1 hour time frame, this is our current high. This is our previous high. This is our current high or low. See if we can get a pullback into this previous high area for a retest and a trend continuation. If it doesn't pull back that deep and it decides to rip from here, we can just wait for give a break and retest of this high right over here. So one or the other. 4-hour time frame goes bearish below this level. So we can look to take sales below this support down here. Let's look at gold. Daily bullish as fuck on gold. 4-hour bullish as fuck on gold. 1 hour. Let's see when I was bullish. Yeah, let's see when I was bullish. Let's see, you made a new high above this high over here. Now we have a trend continuation off of this fib level. We can use it from here or here. Either way, still works. Now we found a level of support down here. This is a potential current high or low. This is our current high. This is the range we're in. Missed entry down here, so we can wait for price to break and retest this current high. As far as sales, I wouldn't want to sell gold until price comes all the way down here below this low. What else? My nose itching so bad right now. Excuse me, damn. So I did NAS 100, I did gold. Let's look at US 30. I gotta sneeze again, bro. What's good, Adrian? Daily time frame US 30 overall bullish. We made a new high above these highs right here. 4 time frame overall bullish as well. Made a new high above these highs right here. 1 hour time frame bearish. Made a new low. Below this low right over here, and now we're consolidating in between this high, this low, giving us this range. So we can either let's look at 4 hour again. We can either buy above this range or sell below this range. It's pretty easy. But other than that, while price is inside this range, I don't want to touch this. This is chop. Above this high, we can look to target this high here. Below this low, we can look to target this low here. Let's look at everything else. GJ, damn. Overall bullish on the daily. Overall bullish on the 4 hour. Overall bullish on the 1 hour. We having a break from test of this previous high right over here. This is our current high right over here. This is our current high or low. Sit right here. I want to trade inside this range. Let's look at the 5-minute time frame actually. I don't want to trade inside this range. This is too choppy. So for me to trade GJ, we need to break above this current high, give it a retest and a trend continuation. As far as sales, I wouldn't want to sell this at all. So that's it. Do you use Fibonacci? Yes, I do use Fibonacci's. Bitcoin bearish. I haven't looked at Bitcoin yet. I will give Bitcoin a look after I'm done my other break pairs if you would like. GA daily time frame. There we go. Daily time frame overall bearish. Making a new low below this low. 4 hour time frame overall bearish, making a new low below this low. 1 hour time frame overall bearish, making a new low below this low. Daily 4 hour, 1 hour are all bearish. I would rather sell than buy. This is our previous low right over here. This is our current low right down here that didn't make a pivot point yet, and this is our current lower high. So if we can get a pullback into this previous low here, we get a trend continuation to the downside. So I do like this setup. Let's favor this and put it to the top, and we can look to target this low here. If we pivot point, if we have a pivot point here, like find a level support here and retrace, we can look to target this level. And below this level, we can look to target. Okay, below this level, we can look to target this area down here. I made $900 on Bitcoin. Are you trading, or are you looking to like long term hold it? Like, are you trading with leverage, or is it you just bought $900 of Bitcoin? How do people make money when they put money in the stock goes down? How do they make money? If you're trading it like calls and puts, if your stock's going down and you sold, then you're making money as it's going down. But if you're just buying a stock through like, if you're not trading it and you're just buying it through like Robinhood or something like that, and you're just buying the whole share and it's going down, then you're not making money. Did GG already? I did all of these. Look at GU. Daily time frame overall bearish, made a new low below this low. 4 hour time frame overall bearish, making new lows as you can see here. 1 hour time frame bearish with potential to go bullish above this high. Let's look at the 4 hour chart. I want to say 4 hour goes bullish above this high here. Let's go back to the 1 hour time frame. Yeah, so if we break above this area, we look to take some buys. On the 4 hour going bullish above the area. And as far as we break below this range, on the 1 hour time frame, we could take sells. Looking at the sells, we have clean range to the left hand side to fill in the rest of this trade down here. And as far as buys, if you buy above this area, you can look to target these highs right here. Very simple. Oh, can I see your fib setup, please? Yeah, I got you. Give me a second. So it's like betting against the stock market. If it's okay, it's two different ways to trade the stock market. You have trading it, and you have it, and you just have like just buying the stock. Buying the stock and trading the stock is two different things. If you just long term position size holding the stock and you buying and it's going down, then you're losing money. If you're trading the stock and you're selling the stock and it's going down, you're making money. If you're selling the stock and it's going up and you're trading it, you're losing money. So you just gotta be on the right side of the market when it comes to trading. When it comes to position size holding, if you buy stock as it's going down, you're losing money. I gotta blow my nose, bro. Fuck. But stock is like a project, I guess. I don't know what you mean by that. I did US30. Wait, I did GU? Okay, I just did GU. Let's do GBPCHF. Daily time frame overall bearish as we made a new low below this low right over here. 4 hour time frame is overall bullish as we made a new high above this high right here. And the 1 hour time frame we're bullish as well as we made a new high above this high here. So we might have a fib level retracement here. Okay, I don't want to trade this range though. This range is too choppy. But we did have a fib level retracement from this low to this high. So this, you want to see my fib settings? This is my fib settings right here. 0, -27, 1, 0.50, and 0.618. And I look to trade off of this 0.50 and 0.618 area. I look to trade off of these areas, and I look to target my negative 27. And 1 is just starting point, 0 is just the ending point of that fib. But we are, as you can see, we are at a fib level right over here on a 1 hour time frame. Actually, may have a buy here. I want to say above this high. Let's look at this in the 5-minute chart. Okay, yes. So the 5-minute chart, if price can come up and take out this high, we can look to take some buys here. Let's set over here. We look to take buys off of this fib level. Let's annotate that on the chart. Let's go to 1 hour time frame. This will be a bullish engulfing as well, and we'll be closing above this minor level of here, resistance here. Let's make this a different color so I know it's a minor level. Let's make this yellow. I don't want to look at this as a target though. Let's delete that and look here. So we can close back above this area, get a nice closure back above here. We can look to trade above this minor level. Then we can look to target the top of this range. I do like this overall. Let's favorite this and put it to the top. Let's continue. UJ busting. Daily time frame overall bullish, making a new high above this high right over here. 4 hour bullish, making a new high above this high. 1 hour is bullish, made a new high above this high, but we may be going bearish here on a 1 hour time frame. This is our current high sitting right up here. This is our previous high sitting right here. That price already broke below, and this is our current higher low. So because this is look a little choppy, we're gonna just delete this mid level and just focus on this overall range. Because the daily and the 4 hour are both bullish at the moment, and our 1 hour is bullish as well, it makes more sense to take buys rather than taking sells. So buying above here is the most ideal for this kind of price action. Other than that, the 1 hour time frame does go bearish below this level, but this is a counter trend trade below this level, even though the 1 hour goes bearish here, simply because our 4 hour and our daily is still aggressively bullish. But because it's so aggressively bullish, we left a market open gap all the way down here and never got a real retracement. We could see some kind of retracement as price slowed down up here. The 1 hour go bearish and then look for price to give us a pullback into this previous high that was broken and never got retested. If I use my Fibonacci tool, draw it from the lowest point to highest point of this push, as you can see, this previous high lines up with a fib level retracement. You could take this counter trend trade to pull back into this range, trading this pullback, because this is a deep pullback, and this target actually lines up with a Fibonacci level retracement, 50%. So this sell does look like it's doable, but it does make more sense to buy, to be honest. 30 NZDUSD. Let's look at it. Daily time frame NZDUSD overall bearish, made a new low below this low, and now we're making equal lows right here. Going on the 4 hour time frame, overall bearish, made a new low below all of these lows here. 4 hours bearish. 1 hour time frame, overall bearish as well. See this, measure this pullback, and we are at a fib level. Look at the 1 hour time frame, we have a level of resistance right over here that price is currently at, so we can look to see if we have some sells off of this area. Other than that, for more sells, you can sell below this area, which is far away from current price, but selling up here, you can look to use this area as a target. As far as buys, I wouldn't want to buy until price clears this whole entire range. Let's look at the 5-minute chart to see what it looks like. Okay, so 5-minute chart has clean structure with higher highs, higher lows, and higher highs. Maybe we could take some sells below this area right over here. Takes. Let's go to the 1 hour chart. So we could look to take some sales below this wick down here. Yes, this looks nice. So I really only like these two. These are the two pairs I like tonight. Let's look at EU. Looking at EU, daily time frame, overall bearish. Made a new low as we took out this low right over here. And make a new low below this low here. 4 hour time frame, overall bearish as well, still making a new low. 1 hour time frame is bullish, making a new high above here. But looking on the 4 hour time frame, we having a break and retest of this previous low here. But our 1 hour time frame is bullish, so I don't want to sell against this 1 hour time frame, even though our daily and our 4 hour is bearish. I'll simply just wait for my 1 hour to go bearish, and that doesn't have until price clears this low. This is the high quality setup below this low here. Selling here is counter to the 1 hour direction, so I really wouldn't want to do that. And as far as buying, I really won't want to buy until the 4 hour goes bullish, and that doesn't happen until price clears this high up here. So that's what I think about EU. Let's look at AU. Daily time frame, overall bullish. We made a new high above these highs right over here. Looking on a 4 hour time frame, overall bearish, made a new low below these lows right over here. After these lows created equal highs here. 1 hour time frame is overall bullish. We took out all of these minor time frame structure levels here. Actually, this is bearish. I want to say this is bearish. Fuck these little ass levels. I want to say our 1 hour time frame is bearish. If we can close above these range up here, we can look to take some buys. And as far as sales, being though our 4 hour is bearish, I really want to sell this deep in price, so I'll wait for price to close back below this range or close below this range. So for sales, either sell here or sell here. Either one of those. I don't think you know what 20 pips look like, bro. Not gonna lie. I don't think you know how time frames work either. Daily time frame overall bullish above this high here. 4 hour time frame overall bullish above this high here. 1 hour time frame overall bullish above these highs here. All right. This is our current high. This is our previous high that got disrespected already. This is our current higher low. This is the range that the price is in. If price breaks below this range, we look to take some continuation buys. If price breaks below the range, this is counter trend sales. If you take counter trend sales, you can look to target this previous highs on the 4 hour time frame down here. Because 4 hour did give you a aggressive break with no real retracement, and you can look to trade this retracement where this previous high also lines up with a Fibonacci retracement level. Very simple. But that is counter trend. Let's recap. I do like sales on GA. We get a pullback up here. For NZD/USD, this looks a lot better than GA, so we're gonna put this at the top. We do like potential sales below this area down here, and then this is a lot bigger range to trade, to fill. Let's look at EJ. So let's ignore UJ and EJ for today and just focus on these three: GBP/CHF, GBP/AUD, and NZD/USD. GBP/CHF is my number 2 pair. If I get second to NZD, then my last and final pair for retracement will be GA. NZD/USD is too slow. Too much analyzing for. What would you say before? Too much analyzing for 20 pips. If I get a sell entry of here, where I want to sell at. Okay, I have stop loss above these highs over here. 11 pips. I wouldn't do 11 pips. I'll do about 15 pips for stop loss, and my target will be these current lows down here. This is like a lot more than 20 pips, bro. This is about 60 pips at a 1 to 3.8 risk reward. So I don't know where you got 20 pips from, bro. When it comes to pairs being quote unquote slower than other pairs, use more size, bro. 1% is 1%, no matter how fast or slow the pair is. Rather it's 20 pips, rather it's 200 points. right? 1% is still 1% when it comes to risk management. So if it's moving, if it's a slower period that have slower price action movements, increase your lot size and still risk that 1% or 2%, whatever your risk management is. So the volatility of a pair doesn't really bother me as long as the price action is clean, where we have a clean move down, a clean move up. I'm anticipating that, and I'm anticipating that this move gets mirrored, meaning back to down to the downside because we're overall aggressively bearish. Then as long as the move is clean, I don't give a fuck. I don't really care as long as the move is clean. What else finna say? US 30, please. Let's go back to US 30. Where was it? Here. I thought I did this already. Why am I blank? Oh, here we go. Daily time frame on US 30 is overall bullish. How do I know? We made a new high above this high. This is my previous high. This is my current high. Price took this high out. Let me know that we are bullish on US 30 on a daily time frame specifically. Then we go to the 4-hour chart. 4 chart is bullish as well. How do I know? Is price made a new high up here as we broke above these previous highs to the left hand side right over here. This lets me know that 4-hour is bullish. If you measure this pullback from the start of this bullish push to the high of this bullish push, we are at a Fibonacci level retracement at about 50%. We went a little bit deeper than 50%, almost 61.8, but still we're rejecting this 50% level on this retracement. 4-hour is bullish as well. Looking on the 1-hour time frame, 1-hour time frame is bearish. How do I know? Price took out this low right over here where the 1-hour time frame went bearish, and price never broke above this high. This is the highest point price went before creating that low. Price never broke above the area. So even though the 1-hour is consolidating, it is bearish structure inside the consolidation area where we created equal highs and equal lows, but overall still bearish because we took out a low and never rebroke a high. Understanding that is, I don't want to trade this range. If the price action is choppy, I don't participate. So because this is choppy and it's not a clean move, I wouldn't trade inside this range. I would either wait for price to go bullish on the 1-hour time frame above this area, where our 4-hour time frame is already bullish, then we can have this wick fill. Or I wait for the 1-hour time frame to confirm bearish below this area, which is counter trend to the 4-hour. Well, it could be approaching to the 4-hour if you view it as 4-hour created equal highs, and then take it out of 4-hour low. So you can take some approaching cells below here. But as far as US 30, where is it currently at inside this consolidation area, I don't want to participate this. This looks disgusting. LOL, is it USD will take 3 to 4 days to give out 60 pips, but you got it because hope you keep winning. Let's fact check this. Let's fact check this. Kill zone. All right, yesterday during learning session from 3 a.m. to 12 to 11, 8 hours. How much did NZD move in 8 hours yesterday? Well, learning session about 40 pips. 40 pips in 8 hours. That don't seem like 3 days to me, bro. Let's check here from this learning session. So this learning session was choppy the day before that. This was about 10 pips. Okay. That's crazy. 10 pips in 8 hours is crazy. Let's check back here. London session from here went a total of 30 pips in that London session. This London session went about 20 pips. This is overall consolidation though. This is what happens when market is consolidating. From here to here, about 30 pips in 8 hours. About 25 pips in 8 hours here. So on and so forth. Let's look at this London session over here. It's about 60 pips in 8 hours. This London session right over here. About 14 pips in 8 hours. London session right over here. About 20 pips in 8 hours. London session right over here. About 20 pips in 8 hours. So it average about 20 to 30 pips a session. But when it's actually trending or moving, with clean price action. Like here, we had a big move, and we had a decent size move right over here. It's about 30 pips. We have a decent size move right over here. We have a decent move up here. So, I'm comfortable with that. It's not 34 days. What are pips? Pips are how you measure price action movements. So in the real world, we measure with feet, yards, miles, fucking, I don't know, stuff like that. That's how we measure distance. On a chart as a trader, we measure distance on what we call pips. That just measures how far price action moved from one price to another price. How did you get those yellow sections or zones? That was a kill zone indicator. Just lets me know the open and close of that key session. So if you go to indicators, type in kill zones. Type in kill zones. And click this first one right over here by this person. That will give you this. And if you trade New York session, just put New York session. Right, I trade London session, so I'll put London session. So this lets me know the open and close of London session. So this yellow line, the bold yellow line that's open of London session, that's always at 3 a.m. If you look at the bottom, where the time's at where it says Wednesday, the 8th, October 2025, 3 a.m. All of these big bold yellow lines will always be 3 a.m. because that's the time London session opens. And then when a yellow area runs out, that lets me know that's when London session closes, which is at 11 a.m. So at the end of it will always be 11 a.m. So it lets me know how long London session was and what happened during London session. If you trade New York session, just simply take off London session and turn on New York session, and it will do the same exact thing. So from 8 a.m., which is New York open, to 5 p.m., which is New York close. That's how it works. No problem. What are you trading? Euro USD. I'm not in the trade right now, but I'm about to take a trade on NZD USD. As price, wait for 5 minutes to close. 5 minute candle to close below this low here. Then I will be entering into a trade. But all of the pairs you see right here to the right of my watch list is everything that I do trade. But I don't trade all of these every day. I focus on the quality of my trade rather than just jumping into any given trade. With that being said, I rank all my pairs for the highest quality setups to lowest quality setups, and I only focus on about 2 to 3 of them for that session. So today, these are the pairs that I'm looking at this session, which will be NZD-USD, GBP-CHF, and GBP-AUD. These are the 3 that I've ranked the highest quality out of all of these pairs that I trade here. So these three are the ones I'm focusing on. That's why you see they are bookmarked. I'm not somebody that just trades 1 or 2 things, because price action moves in cycles, right? You have manipulation phases, distribution phases, things of that nature. I don't call it that because I'm not an ICT trader, so I call it other names, but ideally it has the same concept, right? I just don't call it them phases. I call it a price cycle where we have a consolidation, an expansion, a retracement, and reversal, right? So understanding that price moves in cycles where we have phases like that. I only take pro trend trades. Pro trend trades are by default higher quality than counter trend trades just because you're going the right direction of the market. So understanding that, knowing that I only take pro trend trades, I don't want to take a counter trend trade because that's the price cycle that's happening during that session, trying to force a trade or low quality trade. So think about somebody that's trading like a pair that's in retracement phase overall for that session, right? Say London session is retracing, setting up for New York session. I'm not going to try to force a trade against a lower quality trade because that pair is moving that way that session, because it makes no sense. It's less probability. So I focus on the higher probability setups. That's pro trend instead of trying to force a trade that's counter trend just because that's the direction of the session. What time frame would you recommend beginner trade on? When it comes to beginners, it's not about what time frames. You're having the wrong approach. Time frames, it's important to understand that time frames work in sync. Meaning, and there's no one time frame that a beginner should look at compared to other time frames. But as a beginner, I would recommend stay off of the lower time frames, like the super low time frames. Like as a beginner, you shouldn't be looking at the 1 minute or 30-second if you looking at Top Step, or like 5 minute or 15 minute. Like for low time frame, I would recommend for beginner to go is like 30 minute. Because the lower time frame you go, the more detail you see, and it gets a little more cluttered. So as you can see in this 5 minute chart, for me it looks pretty clean because I marked up a clean range. But if I go in lower than that, you see it looks a lot more crazier, where we have a lot of different stuff happening. Right, you have a consolidation here, you have an expansion here, you have a consolidation here, we have retracement here, a continuation, you have a market structure shift, you have a reversal. Like all this stuff is happening. But the lower time frame you go, the more detail you see. And a lot of times when you looking at a price action, we're looking at chopper price action, something like this, and you go to the lower time frames, it looks a lot crazier. So as a beginner, I would recommend you try not to go lower than the 30-minute time frame, and just get good at establishing, get good at knowing which way the market's gonna go. Bro is yapping instead of actually trading. I am trading, bro. What do you think I'm doing? Never trade on a downtrend? No, I didn't say never trade on a downtrend. So only trade. Hold on, is my fucking like Jake? Okay, yeah, it's working. I'm not saying never trade on a downtrend. I'm saying only trade the way the market is going. So if the market is in a downtrend, then look for sales. If the market is in an uptrend, look for buys. I got support levels and resistance and trend lines, but do you do it? I do support resistance, yes. I don't do trend lines. But I do use support resistance, yes. Waiting for this 5 minute candlestick close on NZUSD to take a sell. I want this 5 minute candlestick to close below this low, and now we're going to look to take this sell, stop loss above this high, and now we're going to look to target the bottom of this range on this 1 hour chart. But we're doing wait for the 5 minute candle close because this 5 minute candle close is also the 1 hour close. Do you use EAM? What is EAM? I don't know what that is. EMA, exponential moving average. I think that's what you meant. EMA, not EAM. In situations, I don't use it too much. I don't rely on it, but sometimes it's good to throw in there here and there. This right over here. I don't really use it too much though. I trade pure market structure. I don't really use indicators. Are you trading or training at this moment? I am actually trading, but a part of trading is waiting for a setup. If the setup doesn't present itself, there's no point of forcing a trade in a market that's not moving. So I have an entry criteria. So when I come to the market, I do stuff in order. When I do my chart breakdowns, and I need to wait for price to set up the way I want it to set up. So part of trading is waiting, and that's me. I'm waiting for this 5 minute candlestick to close. What coins do you have? Do you like XRP? Yes, I like XRP. I've been holding XRP since November last year. We got a 5 minute closure. Let's look at this bearish engulfing on a 1 hour time frame, which sets up pretty nicely. Now gives me this 1 hour bearish engulfing lets me know we have strong selling pressure to pull it down. We want to look to take some sells here. Stop loss above this high. I'm gonna do about 15 pips stop loss. A 50. And then we're gonna look to target the bottom of this range. Let's go back to the 5 minute chart. Reset. Let's go stop loss. Copy. Let's paste it over here. TP. Let's round it to 45 just to make it a 1 or 3 flat. Copy. Paste. And here's my position. Let's measure out a 1-to-1 risk to reward where we're gonna manage our trade. So let's put this here. Let's change this to partial out. For risk management, then we're gonna hold till it's 1 to 3. Like, what time frame should I actually look at the price action on though? I don't really care what time frame to look at the price action though, but I want to have the whole thing in a frame. But I don't want to be on a too high of a time frame either. Okay, let's just take the 30 minute. Fuck it. This looks mad zoomed out. Let's look at it like this. I want to have the whole thing in a frame. Puggy Penguin is a new coin. Have you heard of it? Nah, I'm not into the meme coin shit, bro. That gets manipulated too much and rug pulled. I'm cool off that. 1 a.m. Yeah, this is pre-landing right now. It's 2 a.m. for me. You might be Central Time. I almost did TradingView nearly yearly, but it just gave me so many false signals. What you mean by that? That's great. Should I buy have your Pungy Penguin? Do you think XRP will drop or should I buy now? I will do XRP breakdown in a second. Have you ever scalped penny stocks? Be seeing some major profits off of it? Shorting major gainers? Nah, never tried that. Do you use SARS? I don't know what that is. Check EU pair. I'll check EU right after I do XRP. So XRP. Okay, this is not my XRP chart. This is not my XRP chart either. Where the fuck is my XRP chart? Bruh. No way I cleared it. I do that shit every fucking time, bro. Okay, here we go. Whew, I was scared for a second. Okay, let's favorite it before I fucking clear it again, bro. It's Coinbase. Okay, here we go. These positions you see here are all the times I bought XRP. Because I don't clear my charts. The parabolics are I don't use parabolic. Looking on the daily time frame on XRP, we're overall bullish. We're making a new high above this high. This is just a retracement phase of overall bullish trend. For our time frame, overall bullish with potential to go bearish. If price closes back below this range down here, the FAR will be going into bearish structure. But we are internally making lower lows and lower highs. So if you want to buy, I will wait for a price to break structure on this internal structure, then to go bullish on the 4 hour. That doesn't happen until price closes back above 2.92. Looking on the 1 hour time frame on XRP, again, we're still bearish. I really want to buy XRP until price closes above 2.90. Above that range, the lower time frame starts to shift back into bullish structure, but the daily time frame is overall bullish. We're just in a retracement phase. If we measure the pullback from this start of this bullish move, from the lowest point to the highest point, this is at a fib level. Price is struggling to go below this 61.8% retracement. So it's struggling here. We came down to this 2.75 mark 1, 2, 3 times. I had big reactions off of this move 1, 2, 3 times. This level is holding. This is a strong high time frame level. The only thing is it just doesn't follow up with after a rejection. So you just need a rejection and then follow through. But I will buy if price closes above 290. Someone said Do you have a trust wallet? No. Check EU. Where is it? EU. Daily time frame on EU is overall bearish. We made a new low as price came down to take out this low right over here. 4-hour time frame is overall bearish as well. We made a new low as price took out this low right over here. 1-hour time frame is bullish. How do I know? Price created a lower low, a lower high, a lower low. Price made a new high above here. So if our 4-hour is bearish and our daily is bearish, it makes more sense to sell rather than to take buys. But you don't want to sell against the 1-hour already just going bullish as well. Price could easily just come down, create a higher low on this 1-hour chart, then go back bullish and then take you out, taking an unnecessary loss if you want to take sells. So as far as taking sells alongside the 4-hour and the daily time frame already being bearish, you simply wait for the 1-hour to go bearish as well. To add it as a confluence, giving it a higher probability trade. And where does the 1-hour go bearish at? Once price take out the lowest point that created that high. So this is the new high that we got on the 1-hour time frame that just got created after breaking above this previous high to the left hand side. This lets you know that this is the lowest point here price was before making that new high. So if price can break and close below this area, you look to take themselves alongside the 4-hour and the daily already being bearish. Then you can look to the left hand side for potential targets. You can look to target this level down here, or you could look to even target this level down here for like a further target. But that's what I think about EU. I do like sells overall, but I just wouldn't sell against the 1-hour just going bullish. XRP is at 283 right now. Yeah, I saw that, but I would rather wait for price to go back to 290. Hello? Sure. No problem. All right. What was your turning point into understanding the market? Eliminating all the shit you learn on social media with like TikTok and Instagram and shit like that. My turning point in profitability came from getting better, like mentally, being more mentally tough and eliminating the white noise and the complication of trading. Once I simplified my trading to like looking at pure price action and pure market structure, that's when I had a turning point in price, a turning point in my like trajectory for my trading journey. When I decided to clear my charts off all the indicators and just focus on 3 things: current high, previous high, and current high low, and I combined that idea with multiple time frames and confluence, that's when I started to find success. It's up to you, Naomi. So when it comes to like, first of all, this is not in no way, shape, or form financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. I am not responsible for any potential losses or gains that you have on the market. I'm just simply here giving my input on what I think about these financial markets. Of course, do your own research. This is not financial advice. Okay, disclaimer. So, you should buy. I'm not telling you what you should buy. Just make sure it's something that you can afford to lose, because every trade you take has potential to lose. Right? There is no trade. There is no like golden ticket when it comes to trading. Right? Every trade has potential to lose, and it's important to understand that. That's a part of taking risk. So if you buy $100, just to put it in perspective, if you buy $100 at 2.90, in order for your $100 to go to $200, price has to go from 2.90 to 360, 429.29, 9 down, 8, 1, 2, 4, 580. There we go, 580. So in order for your $100 to turn to $200, it has to go from 290 to 580. If that makes a good difference in your life, then go for it. So basically $6. No, just $2.90. In order for your money to double in value when it comes to buying XRP or like buying crypto, the market has to double in value from the price you bought at. So let's go back to XRP. I could have swore I just fucking favorited it, bro. Okay, so at 290, in order for price to double, if you buy at 290, it has to go to 290 plus 290, which is 540. I mean 580. Like for people that bought at $1, in order for them to make a double with their investment, it has to go from $1 to $2 because that's 2x. So it just has to 2x from wherever you bought at. So if you buy at 290, it has to 2x from 290. So 290 times 2 is 580. So from your $100 to go to $200 in profit, it will have to go from here all the way to up here. Yes. Yes. So that's why people buy stuff when they're not even a cent. Yes, because in order for it to double in value, it's a lot smaller price action. Like it doesn't have to go as far. Wait, I'm missing a position. I have another position XRP here. I know I'm missing something. I have another position XRP right here. Well, all of these positions you see here, these are all the previous times I bought XRP. I bought XRP down here last year in November. Then I've been holding, and I bought here again, and I bought here again, and I bought here again, I bought here again, and I just bought here again. So when it comes to trading crypto, I don't necessarily trade it, but I do buy and hold long term. Let's get back to our NZDUSD position though. See what's going. So we're a little bit in profit, not too much. What's the lowest you got in that? 0.73 or something like that. Do you recommend any YouTubers to watch? As far as what? To learn how to trade or like for crypto? Do you have Dogecoin? No, Dogecoin is shit. To learn how to trade? Yeah, I got a few people I can recommend. Before I recommend, what financial market are you interested in trading? What do you think about NAS 100? Let's look at it. So NAS 100 is overall bullish on a daily time frame. How do I know? We're at all-time highs. We made a new high above this previous high right over here. So it's pretty clear that we are bullish on a daily time frame. Made a new high above this high. Then I go to the 4-hour time frame. In the 4-hour time frame, we are bullish here as well. How do I know? It's because price took out this low down over here, making a new low. But this low couldn't take this low out, and then we overall rebroke these highs over here that created that new low. 4-hour time frame is bullish as well. Go to 1-hour time frame. 1-hour time frame is bullish. How do I know? Because price had an aggressive move to the upside, taking out these equal highs over here, making a new high, and then we have a pullback. So understanding that our daily is bullish, our 4-hour is bullish, and our 1-hour is all in bullish, it makes more sense to take buys rather than taking sells. Just because you have the daily, 4-hour, and 1-hour all bullish at the exact same time. So now that I know which way I want to go, I need to find an area where I want to go at that price. At that direction. So if I know I want to buy overall, I need to wait for price to pull back into a key area to take buys. That's to support my overall direction. So I mark off my current high, which will be the current highest point price went before having a retracement, which is all the way up here. Okay, price came over here and it started to retrace. My previous high, meaning the high that we just broke. So we just had a high over here. We just broke above that high. So this is my previous high. So for me to take a buy, I would either wait for price to pull back into previous highs with rejections confirmation to then take longs. If price doesn't pull back and starts to push back up like it is right now and breaks above current high, I'll wait for this high to get broken above, then a pullback for a retest, and then try to take a continuation. So that's what I think about NAS 100. Buys overall, but I will need to see price pull back into 25.100 area to take a long, or break above and then pull back into 25.230 area to then take a long. So is it going to drop? No, I don't think NAS 100 is going to drop. But if it does, I will not be participating in such a drop. I never sell all-time highs. That makes no sense. If market is at its highest point it's ever been, why would it not continue to go up? Of course, the market doesn't go up forever, but think about it from this perspective. Think about all the people. Okay, think about when this was all-time highs, right? Above this high, people shorted here, they lost. Think about this was all-time highs, people shorted here, they lost. Think about this all-time highs, people shorted here, they lost. Think about this all-time highs, people shorted here, they finally got a win. But how many times did you try to short all-time highs before you get a win that you fucking lost? Then we have all-time highs up here. People shorted here, they probably won. Then we got all-time highs again here. People shorted here, they lost. All-time highs here, people shorted here, they probably got a win. All-time highs here, shorted here, probably got a win. All-time highs here, shorted here, you got a loss. All-time highs here, shorted here, you got a loss. All-time highs, shorted here, you got a loss. Shorted here, you got a loss. Shorted here, you got a loss. Shorted here, finally got a win. So how many times are you going to try to fade all-time highs for just to go higher? That makes no sense, logically speaking. So I never short all-time highs. You trade gold? Yes, I do trade gold. Just not right now. Can we take a look at AU? AU. So AU down here. Looking at AU, daily time frame is overall bullish. How do I know? Price made a new high above this high right over here after creating these equal lows. Then we have a higher high right over here, breaking above this high and this high. So daily time frame lets me know that buys are in control. Looking at the 4-hour time frame, we are bearish. How do I know? This price created equal highs over here. This was the lowest point price went before making those equal highs, and then price eventually came down to take out this low. That lets me know that the sellers are in control. This is just a retracement phase of an overall bearish market. Go to 1-hour time frame. 1-hour time frame, sellers are still in control. How do I know? Because price just made a lower low and this is a lower high. But I wouldn't want to sell here because this is selling in the middle of this choppy range. As you can see, price has a lot of indecision here. It have no clear direction, just consolidation, 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 all inside this range. Understanding that I don't want to trade inside this frame, so I would need to see one, price go bullish above this, above the equal high on the 4-hour time frame, where the 4-hour time frame goes from bearish to bullish, with clean range to fill, looking to the left hand side to fill in this imbalance, to target these highs up here, or for price to come back and close below this level of support down here, trading outside this overall consolidation, then look to target these lows here. If we don't get this entry, like the range becomes too small or whatever, and I don't like this setup in this area, I'll look to take the sell below here instead and look to target these lows where we have a bigger range to fill. But buying above this here does looks the best because you have a cleaner range to fill, and then you have a left, like a reversal pattern here. We have a left shoulder, a head, a right shoulder. But I don't really trade head and shoulders. I look at it as if price is making a new high. Fuck the pattern. One reason why I set a pattern is because it's a lot common when it comes to beginners. So that's what I think about AU. All time meaning the market is buy because it's going up. All time meaning just price never been this high before. So meaning as long as trading been a thing back to the 1900s, whatever long trading been a thing, price has never been that high. That's what all time highs means. I'm a good teacher. I think you mean teacher. Thanks. If you say I'm a good teacher, thank you. Which ICT playlist is the best, bro? I don't watch ICT. Never watched ICT in my life, so I can't tell you that. What YouTube you recommend? Oh, so okay. Before I tell you about a YouTuber I would recommend, what do you want to learn how to trade? Like, what financial market are you interested in? Do you know what like I'm looking at right now? Like, do you know the difference? Well, okay, not necessarily do you know the difference, but do you fuck, I can't talk, bro. I'm getting pissed off. Let me slow down real quick. Do you know like the different financial markets? What's the easiest? There is no easiest. I'm going to tell you the real reality of trading, bro. There is no easiest financial market. They all get treated the same, especially by me. I don't say one is easier than the other. I don't say one is better than the other. They all get treated exactly the same. It's personal preference when it comes to knowing what to trade or picking what to trade. You got options, you got futures, you got Forex, right? You got crypto. They all get treated the same. The rules and the structure it takes to become profitable in one applies to all of them. So there's no one easier than the other. There's no one better than the other. The most common market right now, because of like social media, it will be futures. A lot of a lot of new traders getting straight into futures. But the one that has the most money is Forex. Forex is the largest market in the world, literally, across all markets: shoe market, clothing store market, food market. I don't fucking know. Forex is the largest market in the whole entire world. Okay, well, my brother talks about NAS 100. So NAS 100 is futures, but NAS 100 could be futures or Forex. So NAS 100 is the Forex version of it. The futures version of it will be the NQ. NQ, which is Nasdaq, is the same as NAS 100, but NAS 100 is Forex. So I'm just going to point you in the direction of Forex, right? Because they all fucking same to me. They all get treated the same, to be honest. So for one, on YouTube, you have myself right over here. I live trade on YouTube and TikTok at the same time. So whenever I explain stuff on TikTok, if it's something that you didn't understand or you wanted to revisit or you wanted to hear me talk about it all over again, you can go to my past broadcasts and rewatch the stream as a VOD. Okay. Yeah. I also do like videos as well. So pre-market analysis, live trade breakdowns, all that kind of stuff. This is old. Don't ignore all this stuff. This is like YouTube 2K stuff, and I used to play 2K. All right, but all the way up here, just like regular videos. But outside of me, I recommend for an ultimate beginner, like they don't know nothing, watch this person right over here, FX Alex G. Watch this video right over here. That's you don't need to watch this video. To be honest, you don't need. This is 10 hours. You don't need to watch a fucking 10-hour course. Where's the 4-hour long one at, bro? Okay, this one. I watched this one already. This is why I'm telling you to watch this one. Only reason why the 10-hour one is just more up to date. You can watch the 10-hour one if you want to watch the 10-hour one, but you don't really need to, bro. To be honest. Inside this 4-hour long video, you will learn everything beginner friendly inside trading, right? Again, I want to put a disclaimer. When it comes to learning as a beginner, it is important that you watch YouTube, right? Because you get a lot of free content on YouTube, get a lot of free information, right? And that's how you pick a mentor. But it is important to know that YouTube channels are just highlight reels. Everybody's going to look like they know what they're talking about when they're going over YouTube. Everybody's going to look like the best trader in the world in a fucking YouTube video because it is just a highlight reel. Same thing like for athletes. Let me pause my music real quick. Same thing for athletes, right? Everybody's going to look like a good athlete in a mixtape of just their best moments. That is just what YouTube is. Traders highlighting their best moments, their best trades, things of that nature, showing you that's why they know what they talking about. That's why they look good. They're not going to show you their losses. They're going to show you how many times they lost before they got that one win. So it's important to note that. So understanding that YouTube is just a highlight tape of fucking traders as if they was athletes. You want to watch people that trade live like me or anybody else that trade live. Because watching people that trade live, you get the real raw reaction of how the reality of their trading or the way they trade and not just their best moments or their best trades. Watching people that trade live, you get to see how they trade, why they take the stuff that they take, their thought process behind it, how they manage risk while they're actually in the trade, how they manage their drawdown, how disciplined are they, how many trades they take a day, how aggressive are they, like stuff like that. So it's important that you watch people do it live because you will see the raw reality of their trading from that specific person, not just the best moments and clipped up. Okay? But inside this video, you will learn the beginner stuff. The stuff that's beginner friendly. That way you will understand how us traders talk. This is basically just a vocabulary fucking thing. Right? Understanding the terminologies and stuff like that and understand how we talk. That way, once you understand how we talk, you then go to watch people that live trade. You will understand what they're saying based off of knowing the vocabulary, learning the language. Okay? So this video is going to teach you how the vocabulary of a trader and how stuff work when it comes to concepts and things of that nature. Then you take what you learned from this video and apply it to learning from people that live trade. That way you can understand what you're being taught. But inside this video, you're going to learn what is trading when it comes to the Forex market. You're going to learn trading tools. Trading tools, just the stuff that you see on this chart here. You're going to learn Fibonacci retracement. That's, again, ties into stuff you see on this chart here. So that's part of trading tools. You're going to learn position size calculator, meaning how to calculate risk, right? Position size calculator. Going to go over that as well. A little bit of risk management. Forex Factory. This is going to teach you about fundamentals and how fundamentals play a part in technical analysis. Technical analysis is just chart work. Fundamental analysis is economic stuff that go on in the real world that affects price. MetaTrader 4 and MetaTrader 5, you don't really need that part. Market sentiment, that's just understanding a directional bias when it comes to market sentiment. It's going to tell you how to establish market sentiment. Chart times, you're going to go over trends. Again, this ties into price action and how to understand market sentiment with trends and market structure, things of that nature. He's going to explain market structure. He's going to explain support resistance. So support resistance is just these boxes you see here. So I trade support resistance. So each one of these boxes you see is either a support or a resistance level. So he's going to explain that. He's going to explain psychological levels. You don't really need that part. He's going to explain candlesticks. So candlesticks are each one of these blue and white boxes you see here. Let you know the open, the high, and the close of price. He's going to explain that stuff. So you're going to understand how to read candlesticks as a whole and not just as an individual. When it comes to chart patterns, he's going to go over indicators. I don't use indicators. You don't even need that part. He's going to go over Fibonacci again. He's going to go over back testing. He's going to go over what is a pip, basically how you measure the movements in price. He's going to go over trading sessions, meaning what times a day to trade and what pairs you should be trading during during those high volume times. He's also going to go over what is leverage and how to use leverage to make money as a trader. He's going to go over psychology rules and things of that nature. So this is just very beginner 101 friendly. I recommend watching Alex G. I recommend watching myself as a beginner, and I also recommend watching Trades by Sai. Trades by Sai. I also recommend watching him as a beginner. He is very good as well when it comes to making stuff simple. As a beginner, you want to keep stuff simple. You don't want to overcomplicate stuff because you already don't understand in the first place. It's already brand new to you. So why would you want to make something that's already brand new overcomplicated? So those are some YouTubers that I recommend. Trades by Side, Alex G, and myself. 98% of traders who say they are traders. 98% of who say they are traders are not traders. That is not true. Just because they traders don't mean they're good traders. But there is a lot of traders out there. That doesn't mean all of them are good traders, but there are a lot of them. Would you say taking? I don't understand what you mean by would you say taking. Taking trades on the computer is better than the phone? Yes. 100%. The computer, you see more detail. Versus a phone, you only see like this much. Computer, you can zoom out and you can see like a lot more detail. Even a laptop or like an iPad is better. You can get like a good amount of detail on the iPad. So we're about to hit my first target. Let me just hit my first target. So I'm going to close 50% of my position and let the rest of my position run. I'm closing 50% now. If you took this trade, if you're in the live stream, you took this trade that I took, I am closing 50% of my position. That is how I manage risk. For the info, no problem. But yeah, it's important to watch people live trade because, like, look, you see what it's sitting there firsthand. I did a whole trade breakdown on what I was looking for. I told you why I was looking for what I was looking for. And I sat here and waited for price to do everything I said. I waited for price to come back down and take out this low. I waited for this 5-minute candlestick to close, which is also the same as the 1 hour close. I waited for all of that stuff. As far as watching somebody that's doing it on a YouTube video, you don't see what kind of patience they have and how they plan their trades out beforehand. But you get people that like myself that live trade, you can see how we plan everything out in real time and how we wait for everything to come into play as we want it to. And this is about, so we just caught 15 pips in 30 minutes. So where did the dude go that said it take 3 days to hit 20 pips on NU? I mean NZDUSD. Yeah, where'd he go? Because it took 30 minutes and I'm up 15 pips. So where the dude that said that took 3 days? Where the fuck did he go at? He need to come back in the chat. That dude said it took 3 days to get 20 pips on NU. No, it don't. It took 30 minutes. Legend, bro. I hope you get everything you want out the market. Hey, man, I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Thanks, though, bro. I hope you get everything you want out the market as well. I've been trading for almost 5 years now. At the end of this year, I'll make about 5 years. Yeah. And inside this 5 years of trading, I've been consistently profitable for the past. January will make 3 years. Consistently profitable. And I've been live trading for about 3 years. Actually, because I've been live trading consistently for about 2 years. I guess my first year was like really on and off. Yeah. When do you live trade? I live trade during London session. So during these times, from about 1 to about 5, or from 3 to about 5, or 1 to about 3:30. So if I start at 1, I'll be off by 3:30. If I start at 3, I'll be off by 5. So I live trade for about 2.5 hours. Every day? No, not every day. I live trade every day when I take a trade. If I don't take a trade, I'm not gonna go live. So this is only the second trade I took this week. Literally, because everything looks pretty trash in the beginning. I think my last trade was on EU, was it? Yeah, this was my last trade from Monday. And I took this before session. And I didn't live stream. I didn't live stream Monday because I took it before session and I went to sleep. Like going live on Mondays is the worst for me because like my sleep schedule on the weekend be so cooked. So every Monday I gotta reset my sleep schedule. So going live on Mondays is actually the hardest thing for me to do. Like actually. But this is the second trade I took all week. So that's why I'm live now. But if I take a trade every day, then I will go live. But like I look at the pre-market before I go live. So like I look at the pre-market. If it looks ass, I just say I'm not going live. I just say I'm not trading. Like yesterday, the market structure was pretty ass, so I didn't trade at all. I got a free Discord community if you want to join my Discord. In a Discord, I do like coaching calls over the weekend, like one-on-one coaching or like a group coaching call from beginner to intermediate to advanced, like full-on coaching. I do it for free. Like I don't sell anything. I don't sell any services. I don't sell any signals or nothing like that. I don't sell none of that shit. So, yeah. If you want to join my free Discord, just send me a message on TikTok. I will send the link to my Discord. But this was from yesterday, I think. Okay, 2 days ago. I said these setups look ass. I'm not trading today. Everything is too aggressive. I want to wait for a nice pullback. So because everything was already flying before pre-market, like everything was already flying. Like I just don't trade it. Like, I don't try to force a trade. If I miss out on something, I just won't trade. So like if you do, I will update the Discord like when I go live, when I'm not go live. This was 2 days ago. I said I'll go live tonight, but I ended up didn't go live. I ended up not going live because everything was too aggressive. There's something that you're interested in. Send me a message on TikTok. I'll shoot you a link to the Discord for free. What's good, Django? Sent you a message, bro. I got you, bro. Right after I ended the live, I was sending the link out. But beware, there are fake people that pretend to be me. There are fake Discord servers that says Tradeaholic. There are fake not YouTube. There are fake TikToks of people that think that say they're Tradeaholic. There are fake Instagrams of people with the name Tradeaholic, right? So, disclaimer: I don't sell any services. I don't sell any coaching. I don't sell any mentorships. I don't sell any signals. I make money off of trading, and I have 2 other business ventures completely outside of trading, that is an added source of revenue for me. So I don't really need to tell you anything, to be honest. I go live and teach people in my free time just for pure entertainment and because I'm passionate about trading. I just like to teach people stuff. So, disclaimer, I don't sell nothing. I don't sell no kind of services at all. So if you get any messages on Discord or TikTok saying, hey, how's the trading been? Or if you want to learn, go to this website to buy something, that's not me. Just need to edit out there, bro. I'm gonna stay here for about another 30 minutes and I'm gonna get off though. So I'm gonna do about an hour 45 minutes today and then I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna head off just because not because like I'm closing my trade, because I hold trades after hours. Like just because I get off street don't mean I'm closing my trade. But I also update the Discord what I do with my trades as well. So like, let's go to the general chat room. Oh yeah, so go to the chat room. Like I was sending a chart like this. Like you would see me send a chart like this on like me what I'm doing with my trade. So I will send my chart. Even if if I'm not home, I would just screenshot it on my phone and like send it. If I take a trade and like I'm updating y'all. Whatever. Or like this. This was the before, this was the after for that GU trade. This GU trade right here, this before and after on the GU position was some fire, bro. That was this trade back here. Like, as you see a lot of positions on my screen. I don't delete my positions. Like, all of my positions I lock so they never get off my chart. So I can use them as a teaching reference or like a review. So like when I do trade reviews and stuff like that, I don't delete any of my positions. So you can see my wins and my losses. Like I lost here. This was a losing trade. This is a winning trade. This is a winning trade. This is a winning trade. This is a losing trade. So, and it's like that for every pair, not just GU. Like I can go to NAS 100, and you can see my previous trades on NAS 100. So win back over here. We got another win right over here. NAS 100. Got a loss back here. Got a win right over here. Got 2 nice wins over here. A win right over here. So on and so forth. So that's why when you see when I first take the position, I press this lock tool up here because I don't want this position to get deleted. So if I clear my chart, everything would delete besides this tool. GU sells or REL? What do you mean by REL? I don't know what REL is. REL. But you said GU sells. Let's look at GU. I forgot what I said about GU. Oh yeah, GU sells if we get a closure below this 1.3800 area. We get a close below this level of support down here, we go to take some sells. But again, I wouldn't wait for this hourly close. I'll wait for the next hourly close because if this hourly candlestick closes below and you take a sell, you look to take sells, stop loss has to be all the way up here. That's too big of a stop loss. Take a sells below this area. Take a sells below this area with stop loss above this current hourly candle. It's about a 40 pip stop loss. This really shrinks this range for about a 1-to-1 risk reward. That's too tight. I'll wait for the next hourly candle. So hopefully this hourly candle could reject down here. Next hourly candle should close somewhere down here. And then you could use that hourly candle with a tighter stop loss like this above that candle. And then you get a 1-to-2 risk reward instead of having to have a sell loss all the way up here, which is about a 1-to-1. So I really want to see this hourly candle reject first, and then the next hourly candle close below. Wait for a retest, and then continuation. But I do like sells below this area overall. But I don't like don't like the idea of having to have a stop loss all the way up here. I got it earlier. Oh, so you got it earlier. Then you should be good then. As long as we on GU, as long as price closes below this area, you should be good to go. We have clean range to the left hand side to fill. As you can see, price had an aggressive move to the upside here. Now we just fill it in this imbalance. So price could just fill in the rest of this move. You should be good to go to target these lows down here. Risk management seems fire. Yeah, I got a video on TikTok on how I manage risk. Let's pull a video up right now. Don't ask me why I see Fortnite right there, bro. Don't worry about it. Where is it? Here we go. This video right over here, risk management plan. This is how I manage risk. If you wanna get my risk management plan in detail, explanation, you can watch it like TikTok short. But that's why you see right over here, I put partial out. I don't put partial out as a take profit method. I use my partial out as a risk management method. But if you want to see the explain, if you want to hear the explain version of why I partial out, watch that TikTok. All right, bet. Appreciate that, bro. Thanks for talking about the streams. Thanks for the engagement as well. I enjoy going live and talking to people, to be honest. It makes my trading less boring. Tradeaholic, what's good, bro? Clockwork. You dope teacher, bro. Thanks, bro. I try to keep everything simple as possible, to be honest. And I also like to provide as much detail as possible to leave little room for gray area of misunderstanding. That's what I try to do when I explain stuff. So I may have a habit of over explaining sometimes, just because I be trying to make sure everybody understand. I'm so tired I forget I'm on TikTok already. Nah, I be like that sometimes. I go to sleep mad early. That's how I'll be able to wake up like this times. I be sleep by like 8:30. This trade with some gas though. Look at this 1 hourly candle, bro. This trade with some gas. That shit pumping. Hold on. Did you take this, fat boy? Was you here at the beginning when I did the whole breakdown between it with this pair? Oh no. Heck yeah, bro. Nice. Let's go. Nice cash early. Got to head out. Good luck securing profits. I don't need luck, bro. Risk management is already in place. If this trade reverses and takes stop loss, I would not give a fuck. To be honest. Risk management is already set in stone. But I appreciate that though, bro. Thanks for talking about the stream. Thanks for the engagement. Hopefully I see you tomorrow. Confidence is key, man. Even if when I took the trade it went straight to stop loss, I would have had the same level of confidence. To be honest, it's impossible to avoid losing as a trader, right? Losses is going to come at complete random. Just because you lose a trade doesn't mean your strategy doesn't work. It just means it didn't work at that time. And every 10 trade, everybody has a 1%. If my 1% is a 70, right? Hypothetically speaking, say my 1% is a 70, even though it's higher than that, a little bit higher than that. Hypothetically speaking, say my 1% is a 70, and 10 trades based off my 1%, I win 7 trades and lose 3. It doesn't tell you when those losses are going to occur. It tell you that just means I'm going to lose 3 trades. It could be the first 3 trades and I can win the next 7. Just because I lose the first 3 don't mean I try to this trade strategy don't work. Let me try something else. No, let the 1% play out. I could win the first 7 and lose the last 3. That doesn't mean like the last 3. Oh, my strategy don't work anymore. No, it's not how that works. I could win the first 3, lose 1, win another 2, lose 1, then win another 1, lose 1. Right? Again, it's a part of 1%. That's how it is. It's random. Right? So understanding that in every trade strategy there is a 1% for that strategy, or for you as a trader. Just because you lose the trades doesn't mean get discouraged. That's just a part of the trade, the 1%. It happens. Like you can't avoid losing. It's unavoidable. So trying to avoid losing or trying to pick a golden strategy to where you can never lose a trade or whatever the case may be, man, that shit is never going to happen, bro. So why chase the impossible? So if I would have took the same trade and lost it, I would have took the setup again next time it happened. Like last week, I ain't gonna lie. Last week I got cooked. Last week I lost 3 trades back to back to back at the beginning of the week. Like by Tuesday, I was done trading. I lost 3 trades. I said I'm done for the week by Tuesday. Then I waited. I let the week play out for the rest of the week. Took a break, and I came back this week on Monday. And the same trades I was taking on Tuesday, I was taking them again. Even though I took 3 consecutive losses and I got cooked that week, it doesn't mean I tried to change my strategy or trade something different. I did the exact same thing. Now we're redeeming ourselves with this trade right over here and this trade right over here. I look, should have held this longer, bro. This would have been nasty. Let's see how far this way. About almost a 1 to 4. Damn, I should have held this longer, bro. Whatever. Don't you go break even? No, I don't go break even. If you want to go look over my risk management plan, that's this video right here. I don't go break even, and this video will explain to you why I don't go break even. So the thumbnail that says my risk management, this explains why I don't go break even. I just noticed you don't see my mouse. Why did I capture my cursor, bro? There we go. Can you see my mouse now? Okay, yeah. But this video right over here. But no, I do not go break even. I teach you how to trade without risk and losing your money. You can join my channel, link in bio. Okay, buddy. You can just get out my chat. $57,500. Ain't nothing wrong with taking profits. Ain't nothing wrong with taking. Fuck, I stuttered. Ain't nothing wrong with taking profits. I took profits as well. I took profits right here though at 57,800 somewhere over here. That's my first partial out area. I'll take some partials out as well. Nothing wrong with taking partials. It's good to secure some. So everything you see here to right in my watch list, I trade. I trade everything you see here. And I focus on the quality of a trade. So I don't trade just one pair. I trade everything you see here. And I only focus on the high quality. So I do a break, like when I first come on the chart and I first go live, I do a breakdown for every single one of these pairs here, okay, to have an idea of what I will look for. Then I rank them from the highest quality to the lowest quality. Then I only focus on the highest quality setups. So, man, for today, these is my top 3 for today. So I only focus on these. So for today I was looking at selling above at this area. So I ended up getting this sell. I was looking at buying above this area. Price never gave me my setup, so I never took a buy. So I avoided this loss. I also was looking at selling in this area, but price was down here. So I said, if we get a pullback over here, we can take some sells. So until the pullback happened, we get no trade. So as you can see, the pullback is happening now, which is setting up for my sells later on. But I already took this one, so I don't have to take this one now. Now I'm just gonna like not take this because I'm already winning. So it makes no sense to take the other trade. What made you enter right here? Okay, so I'm gonna give y'all a full detailed explanation on why I trade the way I trade. So I'm gonna ask y'all questions. I'm gonna need y'all to engage when I do this explanation. If I start talking too fast, let me know because I got a habit of talking fast. But to me, it don't seem fast. To everybody else, it seems fast. Okay, but here's the detailed explanation. Trading is a game. At the end of the day, it's gambling. It's like a casino game, but a little bit different. I use Coinex as well. Trading is a casino game, right? So think about it like this. Okay, think about it like I'm in Times Square and I'm a street hustler in New York, right? I play these street games. There's now they have the ball under the cap, they move the caps around all, and you gotta pick which one is under. Something like that. Disclaimer. There is no hidden rules inside this game. I'm about to tell you. Everything I tell you is plain and simple. There is no fakes. There's no kind of manipulation inside the game I'm about to tell you. Now, you as a player, I'm the host of the game. The idea of the game is for you to guess what color crayon you pull out of a bag. I'm going to have 3 crayons. I'm going to put all 3 of the crayons in the bag, right? The crayons are either going to be blue or red. Out of the three crayons, they're either going to be blue or red. They're all not going to be the same color. You're going to have some blue, some red. Before I put them inside the bag, I'm going to have them in my hand. I'm going to show you each crayon and let you know which ones are blue and which ones are red before I put them in the bag. Once I put them in the bag, they can't switch colors while they're in the bag. Okay? So, as you the person that's playing the game, I'm the host. If I say I have 2 crayons that are blue and 1 crayon that are red, and you have to bet $1,000 that you're going to pull out the right color crayon, you pay me the $1,000 to play the game. If you win the game, I give you back $2,000. If you lose the game, I keep you $1,000 and you play again. Right? So, you give me $1,000. I show you it's 2 blue crayons and 1 red crayon. I put them both in the bag. I shake the bag up at random. You can't see it. I let you put your hand in the bag and pull out 1 random crayon. What color are you going to put your money behind? Pull out a blue crayon or a red crayon, and why? I need y'all to answer that question. Okay, so you said, yeah, 50-50 probability just with gambling with risk management. So it's 50-50 to an extent. I'm going to tell you how to optimize it for it not to be 50-50 anymore. So, no, let me, hold on, bro. You said blue is 50-50, though can't say why. It's not 50-50. It's 3 crayons. It's impossible for something to be 50-50 with an odd number. There is no middle to an odd number. Okay? So if it's 2 blue and 1 red, it can't be 50-50. So if you say blue, why do you say blue? Yeah, so it's 3 candles in the bag, 2 blue, 1 red. Blue because it's a higher chance. Correct. Okay, what if it's 2 red and 1 blue? Right, of course. Exactly, because the odds of you winning off of a red is a lot higher than it is for blue. Because you know there is more red in the bag than there is blue. So I'm glad that we understand that. That's how I trade. The market can either wait. Hold on. Before I even get to that part, just because you bet on red and there's more red in the bag than there is blue, does that mean you're never going to pull out of blue if you keep playing? It doesn't mean you're never going to pull out of blue knowing that it's more red than blue. Sometimes you are going to still pull out of blue. It's something unavoidable. But sometimes you might pull out of blue back to back. That doesn't mean you're never going to pull out of blue or you won't do it consecutively. So understanding that is how I trade. Now, to put that reference into trading terms, each time frame represents a different color crayon. For me, I use a daily, 4 hour, and 1 hour. So the daily has a crayon color, the 4 hour has a crayon color, and the 1 hour has a crayon color. Each time frame color crayon determined on the direction of that time frame, because each time frame I treat them individually. So if the daily time frame is bullish, I say that's a blue crayon. A 4 hour time frame is bullish, I say that's a blue crayon. The 1 hour time frame is bearish, I say that's a red crayon. Ideally, I want to take more buys. I want to bet on taking buys than taking sells, just because it's simply I have more time frames that are bullish than there are bearish. It's very fucking simple. Right? So each time frame represents a different color crayon that's all in the back. And I only take trades that support the majority bias. Meaning I have more time frames telling me to do this rather than doing the other. So now, let me put it in trading terms. The market can either go up or down. It goes bullish or it goes bearish from wherever you buy at. You either going in profit or you going in drawdown. Now, price could go sideways and consolidate like you see here. But inside this consolidation, it is still going up and down. So it's important to understand that. So inside consolidations, price is still either going up or down. So as a trader, if I'm on the right side of the market majority of the time, by default, if I have a good way to establish a clear direction on betting on the right color crayon, by default, the odds of me winning a trade is already higher just because I'm going the right way. That makes sense so far? So if I know that, logically speaking, for this trade example right over here, right, it's a lot of time frames are more bearish than there are bullish. I'm looking to sell overall. Even if I lose this trade, even if I was to lose this trade, I'm going to take the sells overall just because I have a higher chance of winning because the market is letting me know that sells are in control. So that's how I gamify my trading. I make it into a game. And at the end of the day, it's a game of probability, so I made it into a probability game by using the candlesticks, by using the time frames as directional bias trades, and I only take trades supporting the majority of the direction. It doesn't mean I still won't lose trades when it comes to like me being wrong about the direction. But the reason why I do this is because it's easy to critique where you lose or why you lost. Right? If I was to lose this trade and it was a reversal and it full on just went bullish and took me out, right? I would say I lost this trade because I was caught in the reversal and price ended up going against the bias that I thought it was going to go. Meaning, even though I knew there was more red crayons in the back than blue, I just pull out a blue crayon. It happens sometimes. Okay? If I was to lose this trade and it stops me out and then it runs down to my target, that would tell me, okay, I was right about the direction, meaning my idea was right. My area of entry was right as well. My timing was just off, or my stop loss was just too tight. Instead of having 15 stop loss, I should have did 20, giving the trade more breathing room to actually move around and let price do what it wants to do. It's easier to critique where you lost or why you lost when it comes to trading like this, just because of my theory, for my my theory. If I was to lose this trade and then it pulls up deeper and then goes down, it lets me know, okay, I entered off of a weak level. It just gave me a deeper retracement and then continued down. Meaning my entry was just a little bit too early. I was too aggressive. I was stuff like that. So now that way, going into future trades, if I'm consistently getting in too early, then I know I need to fix that. If I'm consistently getting faked out, I know I need to fix that. So it's easier to sample size and figure out what you're doing wrong and why you're doing wrong when you take this kind of approach. So that's why I trade the way I trade. Now I can show you, is go easy, what's your opinion, than other pairs. Every pair is easy to me. I'm not saying that to be cocky or like try to boost my ego or like that, but I treat them all the same. There's not one pair that's better than the other. There are pairs that's more volatile or that move faster than the others, yes. But volatility doesn't matter when you have risk management. Meaning, I don't give a fuck if it's 20 pips or 200 pips. 1% is still 1%. Yes, same strategy, all of them. Yes, 100%. I don't trade. I position size hold crypto long term for months on at a time with the same exact strategy. I trade NAS 100 the same I trade gold, even though that's a futures and that's like an index or commodity, right? I trade EU the same way I trade NAS 100, even though it's a Forex in the future. Like, I trade them all the same. I don't think one is better than the other. And there are some that's more volatile than others, yes. But risk management, that's when risk management comes into play. Right? 20 pips and 1% and 200 pips, 1% is still just the same 1%. It's just different pips or points, whatever you want to fucking call it. So yes, gold moves faster. We have bigger moves. The candlesticks are bigger. But it doesn't matter to me because I'm still using the same risk. So it don't matter. But I gave you the breakdown on why I trade the way I trade. Now I'm going to put it into you, and I'm going to show you in like a chart example. So I'm going to go over this trade right over here. So when I come to the chart, first thing I want to do is establish the direction. Let me backtrack for a second. The way I trade, I do everything step by step in order. Everything has to happen in order because order gives you structure. Without order, it gives you too much breathing room for randomness without order. So when I come to the chart, everything has to happen in order. If it doesn't happen in order, then I won't take it. Now, once you understand that, first thing I do when I come to the chart, I start off on the daily time frame. Let's create a chart. Brand new chart. Pretend you didn't see everything you just saw before, but I'm keeping this on the screen. Okay, so I'll go to the daily time frame. And the question I ask myself, okay, before I get to the question I ask myself, I want to establish direction first. I want to establish, do we have more buyers, sellers in control based off of the time frames, or more buyers in control based off of the time frames, based off of the colors of the crayons, right? So the way I determine that is I ask myself, are we making new lows and new highs? If we're making new lows, that lets me know that the sellers are in control. If we're making new highs, that lets me know that buyers are in control. Very simple. So I ask myself, when price was up here, right? I ask myself, well, we're making new lows and new highs. We're making new lows. How do I know we're making new lows? Because price made a low right over here that went below this previous low right over here. So that's all I do. Knowing that we just made a new low, breaking below this previous low, that lets me know the daily time frame is bearish, meaning we have one red crayon in the bag. Then I do the same thing on the 4-hour time frame. Ask myself, are we making new lows or new highs? Well, if you look at the structure right over here, we were making highs right over here. We have equal highs, and then price pushed down and made a new low. How do I know? Because this low right over here is lower than all of these lows. So, boom. Now I know we have two red crayons in the bag. 4-hour and our daily are both sellers are in control. Then I do the same exact thing on the 1-hour time frame. 1-hour time frame, are we making new lows and new highs? That's what I'm asking myself. We're making new lows. You might be asking, well, how you know we're making new lows on now? We made equal highs over here. This was the lowest point price went before making those equal highs. Price eventually came down to take out this low, making a new low here. And price continued down. So understanding that the daily is bearish, sellers are in control. 4 hours bearish, sellers are in control. 1 hour is bearish, sellers are in control. It makes more sense to just look for sells. I'm not looking for buys in no way, shape, or form. So that's how I determine which way I want to go. That's the first step. Determine my direction bias based off of understanding who's in control of the market, sellers or buyers. After I determine my direction, I've determined my area or where I want to see price reach before I sell or buy. The way I do that is I use the 1 hour time frame, mark off my current low, my previous low, my current lower high. Those are the only 3 levels I draw. So, based off of my areas, my current low was this low down here, my previous low was this low right here, and my current lower high was this high up here. Very fucking simple. It literally gets no simpler than this. Reason being is if price makes a new low below my current low, I can wait for a pullback retest to take the sell. Like I said, I wanted to do. Price already broke below my previous low and gave us a pullback retest. So again, this is another area to sell. Break below previous low, where we shift bearish below this area, a pullback retest, to then take a sell. That's it. Wait for prices to give me the pullback. The price gave me the pullback right over here. Then I go to the 5-minute time frame. Go to the 5-minute time frame. I need to see structure. I need to see my pullback on a 5-minute time frame have structure. Meaning, when I say structure, I need to see clear lower, higher highs and higher lows on that pullback. If the pullback just looks like this, just a straight shot on the 5-minute chart, I'm not selling that. Because if a pullback too aggressive, it's probably going to be a fake out in terms of odds. If a pullback is too aggressive, again, it's probably going to be a fake out. So I went to the 5-minute time frame to see my structure. I asked myself, do we have structure in the 5-minute time frame? Yes. How do I know? Because we have clear higher highs and higher lows. This is structure. Don't get no cleaner than this. Right? Looking at the structure here, I said, okay, now that our 5-minute is bullish, I don't want to sell against the 5-minute being bullish. So in order for me to take a sell, I need a 5 minutes to go bearish first, alongside our 1 hour, 4 hour, and our daily already being bearish. That increases the odds on my chance trade, and this lets me know that this level is holding. So price to pull back into a higher 1 hour time frame level, being as though we have this previous low to the left hand side right over here. Not only are we pulling back into this area, we're pulling back into this area with structure. So if we can pull back into this area with structure and then invalidate that structure to go in confluence with my overall higher time frame directional bias, that gives me a good entry. So I looked at this 5-minute higher low right over here, and that's why I said earlier, only for price to give me a closure below this 5-minute level. 5-minute candle closed below down here. I took my sell, stop loss above this high. 11 pips. It was 11 pips at first, something like this. Yeah, it was like 11 pips. But I don't do random number stop losses. My stop losses always end in a 5 or a 0. So if it's 11, I would just round it up to 15, and that's how I got 15. That way, I give my trade some breathing room in case price wants to create some equal highs and then reject. I don't get stopped out on those equal highs. Me get stopped out prematurely or get faked out. Right? So 15 pip stop loss, and then I look to target the bottom of the range, which would be the next potential rejection point in price. This was the lowest points price went before we have a reversal or a retracement. So I'm anticipating that price could come down back into this low. So that's my overall target, but I'm comfortable with a 1 to 3, so I would just close that 1 to 3 because I like that risk reward basis. And inside that 5-minute, give me that structure, that higher low structure getting validated. This 5-minute closure was also this current 1 hour closure as well at the exact same time. So that was again another added confluence. My 5-minute was closing at the same time for my 1 hour close, and it also became a 1 hour bearish engulfing the previous 2 hours of data. So that's why I took the sell. My overall directional bias was already bearish. We pulled back into previous lows after we have a reversal here. Meaning we were bullish above this area, created equal highs, then we went bearish. Then we had a break, a retest, and I was looking for a trend continuation with the 5-minute giving me bullish structure, and I waited for that bullish structure to shift and go bearish. Let me know that this level is actively holding. And I went out bearish engulfing upon entry, stop loss above the high, target the low. So yes, I trade pure price action, just a break and retest of previous highs and previous lows. Combine that with a good sense of direction. Not to toot my own horn or like kind of boost my ego, nothing like that. Like I actually think I have the simplest trading strategy to do. Like I don't need price to take liquidity. I don't need price to pull back into this fair value gap or give me or invert this or do this. I don't need none of that fancy shit. I establish a clean direction based off of whether buyers or sellers are in control on a multiple time frame basis. I go to 1 hour time frame. I mark off my current low, my previous low, and I wait for price to either break the current low and retest or pull back to the previous low and continue. Either one. What time zone is this? What time frame? This is the 1 hour chart. What time zone? I'm Eastern Standard Time. How do you know daily bias? Multiple time frame confluence. Hold on, I gotta make a phone call real quick. I'm gonna go over that in a second. Do you trade NAS? Yeah, I do trade NAS. Do you trade specifically time like trading sessions, or do you trade when you what you see? I trade during a London session. Yes. So I'm gonna give you an example on how to determine daily bias. So it's important to know that the higher time frames are stronger than the lower time frames. Okay. But even though the high time frames are stronger than the low time frames, it's also important to know that the lower time frames make up the higher time frames. So a lot of people know that the higher time frames are stronger, but a lot of people don't know that the lower time frame is what make up the higher time frames. You have to understand that. The reason being is for a 1 hour bullish engulfing candle, like for a 1 hour bullish candle to happen, on a 5-minute chart, you will see this. Literally. In order for a 4 hour bullish candle to happen, on a 15 or 30-minute chart, you will see this. Because in every candle, it has an open, a close, an upper wick, and a lower wick. Okay? Like this. This lets you know the lowest point price went. This lets you know the highest point price went in a bullish candle. But this also is lower time frame structure. So at some point in time in this 4 hour candle, you see price went down here, created a low, price went up, created a higher high, a higher low, a higher high, and it ripples up. And that's how you then eventually creates a high, gives you a retracement, and creates a higher low, and that gives you the close at this area. Understanding this much detail is how you determine how the higher time frames will close. The lower time frames tell you the higher time frames are stronger, but the lower time frames tell you how the higher time frames will close. So let me give you an example. Let's go back to this trade right over here. On a 5-minute chart, we were bullish. I waited for the 5 minutes to go bearish. After the 5 minute go bearish here, because the 5 minute goes bearish, this lets me know that it has a higher chance that this 1 hour will close bearish as well, just because our 5 minute just went bearish. And if lo and behold, do we know, as soon as we went bearish on the 5 minute chart, the 1 hour closed bearish. Make sense? And same with the 1 hour time frame, right? If the 1 hour time frame is showing you we're making lower lows and lower highs, it lets you know that the higher time there's a good chance that the 4 hour time frame will close bearish as well, just because the structure on the 1 hour is bearish. Again, structure on 1 hour is bearish. How do I know? Created a lower low, a lower high, and then we have a push back down. If we go to the 4 hour time frame, this looks like a very strong 4 hour close, doesn't it? And we still got 2 hours left, but this does look like a very strong 4 hour close because our 1 hour time frame is showing bearish structure. Same thing with the 4 hour time frame. You see our 4 hour time frame creating lower lows and lower highs, and you see 4 hours just ripping down. It lets you know that the higher chance for the daily to close bearish because our 4 hour time frame is making new lows. So, understanding that in every daily candlestick there are 6 4 hour candlesticks, because 6 hours times 4 hours is 24 hours. 24 hours in a day. That's how you make up a daily candlestick. So in every daily candlestick, there are 6 4 hour candlesticks. In every 1 4 hour candlestick, you have 4 1 hour candlesticks. In every 1 1 hour candlestick, you have 12 5-minute candlesticks. So understanding that and looking at the structure on each of those time frames tell you how the higher time frames will close. So your daily bias is determined by the structure of the higher time frames that are lined up with each other. So if my daily is bearish, my 4 hours bearish, and my 1 hour is bearish, my daily bias is bearish. So I'm anticipating by 5 p.m. today that daily candlestick will close bearish. And vice versa. Say my daily is bullish, my 4 hours bearish, and my 1 hour is bearish. Because my 4 hours bearish and my 1 hour is bearish, it makes more sense that my daily bias will be bearish, because I'm anticipating that the lower time frames tell you how the high time frames will close, that we might have a daily bearish close because the lower time frames is telling me how the high time frames should close. That's how I determine daily bias. I use the multiple time frame confluence. Not one time frame is going to tell you daily bias. Like not just a 30-minute, or not just a 1 hour, or not just a 4 hour. You have to combine the time frames and use them together to determine the direction of the market. And that's how you add confluences on with each other with a multiple time frame. We call it multiple time frame confluence. What's your average win duration? It takes me about an hour to hit my first target. From 30 minutes to an hour to hit my first target. And then after that, I hold runners. So I partial out my position and I hold a runner. I hold trades on average for about 4 to 5 hours on average to hit my full target. But my first target takes about 30 minutes to an hour. What strategy do you use? I trade break and retest. So I trade high time frame directional bias, and I trade break and retest of major key levels. So break and retest of previous lows or previous highs, combined with the directional bias. I'm staying for about 15 more minutes and I'm gonna get off because I want to play Fortnite. Not gonna lie, chat. I'm feeling to play Fortnite. Are you in these shorts? Yes, I am in these shorts. But hopefully y'all understood everything I just said. For entries, not necessarily, because I use a lot of buy stops and sell stops. The low time frame candle must close below the low. So no, not all the time. It's situational. It gets, as a beginner or like somebody that's newer to trading, like this style of trading, I would say wait for a 5-minute closure, but I don't always wait for 5-minute closure. I use buy stops and sell stops a lot. Like literally 80% of my trades is with a buy stop or a sell stop. So I set pending orders. So like if I see that this low is here, I would set a pending order here and wait for this low to get triggered. And if it get triggered, then I get triggered. Or like, say hypothetically speaking, I trail my pending orders. So say hypothetically speaking, this low never got taken out and price created a higher low like this and made it a higher high. Instead of using this sell stop, I would have just trailed it to here. And I keep trailing until it gets triggered. Or until it gets triggered below the low. If my higher low gets above the area, then I don't trail it that high no more. I keep trailing it as long as it stays below this area. But I do use buy stops and sell stops. So I don't always wait for 5-minute closures. And what broker do you trade on? I trade on CoinEx. 15 minutes ago, you were going off in 15 minutes, but glad you stayed for real. Nah, yeah, I know. Because like I said earlier, I'm passionate about teaching. Like I actually enjoy explaining stuff. So that's why I stayed. And I didn't want to just cut off mid-conversation and say, all right, y'all, I'm in here, but I was already explaining something, so I'm like, I got to see it through. But I'm going to actually get off at 3:30 now. Could you take a look at gold? Yes. Gold. So daily time frame is overall bullish. How do I know? We're aggressively high at all-time highs. I don't even have to go too much detail on that. For our time frame, it's overall bullish as well. Again, we're aggressively bullish. We made a new high above these highs all the way up here. Now we just have an expansion. For our daily is bullish. For our bullish, there's 2 blue crayons in the bag. When our time frame is bullish as well, we made a new high above this high over here. Make it a new high. Then we have a high low right here and another new high above this high. So overall bullish as fuck. Price came down here, created a level of support, and rejected this area. So overall bullish. I'd rather take buys rather than sells on gold just because it makes more sense to buy. I'm not trying to sell all-time highs. There's no way I'm doing that. So, but based off of where price is currently at, if you got an entry down here, it would have been cool. But if you miss this entry, I wouldn't recommend entering this trade. This is overall in the decision level, right? Price is consolidating here in between this high and this low. So I'll either wait for price to break above this current high to make a new high with the retracement and then the trade continuation to take buys. That's about it. But buying inside here is too late. You already missed the entry down here. If you go to the 5-minute chart and look at this 5-minute structure, you see we have, there's 2 ways you can look at this. You can look at this like lower lows and lower highs here and use this as an entry. You could have used this as an entry for a buy, stop loss below these lows and then look to target these highs up here. This could have been a potential trade. Or if you want to be a little bit more zoomed out, you can look at it like this and use this as an entry, giving you a way worse entry, but a little bit more conservative. This would have been a bad trade, or this risk reward doesn't make sense. I would never took that. But because the trade is already starting to play out with our 5-minute going bullish above this area here, it makes no sense to take this anymore. Price is just now struggling to fill the range. So I'll wait for price to break above 40.60 with a 1-hour closure, and then wait for our next 1-hour candle to give me a retest. Then enter after that retest on that next 1-hour candle. But it has to happen above this area. Anything inside this area is just a part of price action, doing what it wants to do, setting up for where I want it to be. You only take trades during London session for the most part. If I trade during London session, then I don't trade during New York. If I lose during London session, then I will open to trade New York. So I do take a recovery trade. If I lose my first trade, I will take a second trade if it presents itself. I won't force it, but if it's there, I'll take it. Can you look at NQ? Yeah, looking at NQ. NQ is overall bullish as fuck. Daily time frame is at all-time highs above this high right over here. We made a new high. Going on 4 hour time frame, again we made a new high above these highs up here. Our 4 hour is bullish as well. Going on a 1 hour time frame, we are aggressively bullish above this high over here. So it's overall bullish. We found a level of resistance here. Price struggled to break through this area. Give you a minor pullback, but again didn't quite pull back into previous highs. If you want to take buys, I'll wait for price to pull back into these previous highs over here at 25,100. But this is NAS 100, which is the same as NQ. The price is gonna look different on NQ. Wait for pull back into this 1 hour previous high for a trend continuation to then target these highs up here. If price doesn't pull back this deep and it starts to continue up, you can just wait for a break and resistance of this area instead for a trend continuation. But I recommend trading at all-time highs to get out at a 1-to-1 or like a 1-to-2 risk reward, just because it's at all-time highs. There is no structure looking to the left-hand side to base a target off of. Like, there's no structure up here because price had never been this high. So you can't use a target based off of structure because there is no structure. So I recommend just get out a cool 1-to-1 or 1-to-2, trading at all-time highs, because price could reverse at any given moment and you don't know based off of structure because there's no structure up there. So you just up all night until New York? No, hell no. No, like if I lose, like I'll go to sleep. Like I don't force the trade. Like I'm okay with going to sleep. And I don't stay up all night to trade London either. I sleep early, so I wake up for London. I was not like I was up all night to trade London. Like hell no. I'm gonna sleep at 8:30 and I just woke up at 1 a.m. So it's like I'm just waking up. This is my morning. My morning starts at like in between 1 and 3 a.m. every day. So I don't stay up all night to catch London. Like I go to sleep and I wake up for it. This is like the start of my day. By 6 o'clock, I'm going to the gym. And I'm going to get some breakfast. Because I don't cook. Niggas can't cook, bro. I go get breakfast every morning. Any recommendations for quick profit opportunities? No. If you want quick profit opportunities, just full port and close at a one pip in profit. Full port your account, wait for it to go 2 pips in profit and close. Next thing you know, you up 10% and 2 pips. Solid schedule, yeah. So you target same day highs and lows. Now I target my next potential rejection area. So the next turning point in price. Is this legal advice? Nah, this is not legal advice. I'm not a financial advisor at all. Do your own research. This is me. This is me giving you my opinion on what I think would be a good idea for something that I would do. This is no way, shape, or form legal advice or financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. Disclaimer: you're not about to sue me, bro. You talking about is this legal advice? Get your bitch ass home. Hey, he funny as fuck, bro. This is not financial advice at all. I am not a financial advisor, bro. This is totally opinionated. He funny as shit. Talking about, is this legal advice? He tried to set me up thinking I don't know no better, bro. I've been doing this for 5 years, bro. You think I don't know no better, bro? Next thing you know, I'm gonna be at the gym. I'll be at the gym hitting chest. A fucking bitch can walk up to me in suit like you have been served, bitch. Get the fuck out of my face. I got 5 minutes left and I'm getting off here. Any more questions? If anybody want to join my free Discord community where I do one-on-one coaching for free, and I also do like group coaching for free on the weekends, like Saturday or Sunday. You want to be interested in joining that, where I go in full detail explanation on my risk management, my risk to reward, everything, my strategy breakdown, and where you could actually talk to me like on voice, share your screen so I can get an idea of how you trade yourself, things of that nature, trade review, all that kind of stuff. Is that something you're interested in with one-on-one coaching or group coaching for free, completely free? I don't sell any services. On Discord, send me a message on TikTok and I'll shoot you a link to my Discord session, my Discord for free. I will send something in the Discord like this. I will add everyone. Do y'all want to do live mentoring session in the Discord where I coach small group will do, or I'll say, do y'all want to do one-on-ones? So most people voted small group, so I did a small group for this day. And I said, do y'all want to do Saturday or Sunday? Everybody picked Sunday. I said, what time y'all want to do it? 10 a.m. or 4 p.m. market open. Everybody voted market open, so we did it for market open. All right, so stuff like this. If this is some kind of stuff that you're interested in, when you get a mentor style approach to trading, from me for free, send me a message on TikTok and I'll shoot you the Discord link for free. But I'm struggling by risk management, and when I see the setup, always execute. That's you struggle with that because you lack the confidence that comes with Well, you struggle with executing because you lack confidence, but that's just something you're just gonna have to be a man about and get over. You gain confidence from watching your stuff play out. Can you trade crypto too? Yes. As far as risk management, the reason why you struggle with risk management because you don't have a system. When it comes to a system, when it comes to risk management, do the same thing every day, no matter what. It's like, so me personally, I wish 1 to 2% every single day, every single trade. Well, 1% every single trade on my funded accounts. My personal account, I wish 5% per trade, but no more, no less. 1% every single time. That way, worst case scenario, it builds a system to where like I'm getting the same kind of results steadily. When it comes to where I take partials out at, where I get full out, my risk reward aspect, like my losses all look the same because it's always 1%. So risk management, I don't struggle with risk management because I do the same thing every single time. And as far as confidence, you gain confidence from winning. You don't get confidence from losing. Like, think about it as a sport. Like, say you play basketball. If you shoot a 3-pointer, you make it, you don't want to shoot again because you just watch the first one go in. So you get more confident as you stack wins on top of each other. You lose confidence when you miss shots. That's how shooting slumps happen in like real life basketball, right? You see somebody miss 3 shots in a row, then they get discouraged to shoot again. Now they want to pass the ball all of a sudden. Like, no, nigga, you've been shooting. Keep shooting. You normally shoot, so keep shooting. Like, that's how you build confidence. You just gotta take your setups. You can't build confidence without executing. First, you gotta execute. Like, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You have to execute. If you're not confident in this trade or you're scared to execute, that means your risk is too high. And you're scared to execute because you don't want to lose. And if you're scared of losing, just scale down your risk. And if 1% seems like too much for you, risk 0.5%. There's nothing wrong with that. And as you get more confident in watching your 0.5% risk wins stack onto each other, then just scale up to that 1% risk. Even if you got to risk 0.25%, do that. But just scale down your risk and watch the wins stack on top of each other. And as you get better at winning, you're going to regain confidence, and executing won't be hard anymore. But with 70%, yeah, you're over risking. Can you teach me crypto? Go on YouTube, bro. Want to learn crypto, please? Go on YouTube. Look up beginner's guide to crypto trading, and watch like a mad long video. Once you get the basics down, when it comes to fundamentals, I can teach you. I don't like to go over the basics when it comes to like vocabulary and stuff. Like, I don't want to have to explain to you what a long position is. Like, I don't want to have to explain to you what a buy is, right? Like, learn the basic vocabulary stuff, and then once you learn the vocabulary, I can teach you because I don't want to have to go over like vocabulary words. What you think about SPY today? I don't feel like going over SPY because I'm only on here for about 20 more seconds. I know all of that. All right, so send me a message on TikTok and I'll shoot you a link to the Discord, and we can do a one-on-one coaching call over the weekend, and I can go over crypto with you. All right, we got about 3 more seconds. 1 second. See you, man. Appreciate you. No problem. Thanks for all the new followers we got today. We got 44 new followers. That's pretty good. Got 40 viewers. I think we peaked at 40 viewers. We retained a lot of attention today. We got a lot of engagement in the chat as well. I'm gonna head out here. Thanks for all the double taps, all the likes we got. Thanks for the gifts thanks for the rose from my boy Ali. Before I end, I want to give you a explanation on what I want to do with this trade. Again, I want to close most of my position, the remaining of my position at 0.57500. I did hit my first target already. I think we hit our second target as well. Let's see. The second target was at 30 pips. I didn't take parts of that second target as well. So yeah, we did hit our second target as well. So we hit about a 1 to 2 risk reward, floating profit. My last target is at 0.57500 though. I will be holding the rest of this trade. But we did manage risk accordingly, so we're good to go. I could see this trade also coming down to 57400 into this area. This is our next potential area for rejection. There's nothing really sitting here at this 5700 area for rejection basis, but I do like this claim 1 to 3 risk reward. So, but Thanks for everybody that stopped by the stream today. Thanks for everybody that was here from start to finish. Just because you actually got to capitalize on the setup, bro. If you capitalize on the setup and you took it and you trusted my analysis, W's in chat for executing. If you was somebody that sat back through the whole live and didn't execute on the setup, even though you watched me call it, W's in chat for you as well. Just because you stuck to the plan and practice discipline, right? Discipline is a muscle that needs to be practiced and worked out, right? So you practice discipline and you didn't agree with my setup, so it's okay. I always recommend people taking their own setups, not necessarily just taking mine, because taking mine, if you don't know why I'm taking it or you don't agree with it, it's not going to teach you anything, right? So always take your own setup, because I could be wrong as well, right? I don't win every single trade, so it's important to just take your own setup. That way you can learn from it. But I'm wrapping up here. Thanks for everybody stopping by the stream, and good night. Not good night, because I'm about to play Fortnite, to be honest. I'm finna play Fortnite and box fight some kids. Can you teach us on the weekends if you can from the beginning? I need this as fuck. Yeah, send me a message on TikTok and I'll send you the link to the Discord. I got you, bro. But I'm wrapping up here. Thanks for everybody talking about the stream. It's your boy, Trey, about chat. Peace.